Tell me what's it all for? Now I face out, I hold out, I reach out to back to all my life, thinking of this, all the whole moment, yeah. Yeah, my kitty true life, only if you realize, you ain't nobody's last, to the period life, stop to get it right, work better keep it bad, bro, change your ways is smart, way to come, 瞳を願うこと立ち向かう勇気君にもらっただからゆくれ夢の中一度君に会えると信じ一人迷い雨の夜待ち続けて忘れないよ駆け抜けた夜をひとときみんなと一緒だったかけがえのない時と知らずに私は過ごしていた今はただ大切に忍ぶよ I will embrace the feeling 君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだっていつだってすぐ横で笑っていたなくしても取り戻す君を I will never世界を君の手で守ったから今はただ翼を畳んでゆっくり眠りなさい永遠の安らぎに包まれて Love through all eternity 優しく見守る私のこの手で眠りなさい笑ってた泣いてた怒ってた君のこと覚えている忘れないいつまでも決して Until my life is exhausted まだゆく輝くひとときみんなと一緒だったかけがえのない時と知らずに私は過ごしていた今はただ大切に忍ぶよ I will embrace the feeling 君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだっていつだってすぐ横で笑っていたなくしても取り戻す君を I will never leave you 「 habit, 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 heartbreak, 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 habit, habit, it keeps on pounding, heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye, habit, 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 heartbreak, 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 habit, habit, it keeps on pounding, heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. Tell me why you did it, every dream
Alright, maybe I'll take one more day off. And knock out the rest of the week.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry! We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already!
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good! People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life!
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Bina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fontaine anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fonta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. That would be so normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya! There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Hey, traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost their form. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting, I never knew how heavy it could be. No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor, so let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless,
Thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kinda salty and icky.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
Ok, ahora se escucha el volumen. Aunque debería haberse escuchado porque no estaba muteado. Sí. A menos de que sea que no haya, o sea, porque entre que quitaba ponía el micrófono a veces, otros días las propiedades. O sea, bueno, entonces, a ver, básicamente un resumen es, sí he tenido el micrófono prendido, pero, y lo tenía así de vez en cuando prendido apagado porque afuera hace mucho ruido. Lo que más, leyes, la Fonta, que es Fonta y por eso no es Fanta. Luego Takul, que nadie haya aparecido más tiempo en pantalla de ella. Takul por mi parte. Y luego, no, creo que eso es todo. Y lo de la Sionia, sí, ya había pasado.
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Ah, claro, eso tiene sentido. El mar primigenio, una oceánida.
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now.
Yeah,
He
sí.
said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again.
O sea, sí, porque
Oh,
usualmente
and this time
me
Paimon
muteo a
heard it
veces,
too.
pero
But it was real
era demasiado
faint.
raro estar muteado durante
Does
5 minutos
this
y no decir.
situation have to do with the primordial
eficaz.
seawater then?
Creo que Linet dijo algo al respecto. Linet dijo que podría estar relacionado con mi sensibilidad al elemento hidro. Tiene más sensibilidad con el agua, sí. Ah, sí, también dije que si por cada vez que el viajero se desmaya y al levantarse hay una cinemática, por mí no hay problema de que el viajero se desmaye en todos los lugares. Así aparezcan cinemáticas a todos lados.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
A ver, viajero, hablar con una oceánida no creo que sea información nueva, pero dale.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Tiene lógica
Well,
sentido.
let's hear it, shall we?
La voz de la fuente era un chico sufrida. Tengo un hombre llamado Basher. Fue testigo de cómo la chica se disolvió.
Oh, that is important.
La información de escena es importante. Ah, ¿sí? ¿En serio es importante? Le cuento todo lo que ocurrió en la escena.
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately.
No me suena nada y creo que últimamente nadie con ese nombre ha aparecido como testigo en el museo. Bueno, importante, espero, pero quién sabe. Ah, sí, también. Que cuánto tiempo pasará desde que la escena de Clorinde con Navia a la escena del Tartas que apareció en el trailer de la 4.0. ¿Cuánto tiempo faltaría para eso?
Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he
Activa la
never
escena
gave
crimen.
testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
Si sigue con vida Navia, no podemos saber si está vivo o muerto. Muchos NPCs han muerto en este caso sin saberlo.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed.
Un día
We
o
will
dos no es
continue to
mucho.
investigate.
Ala. Bueno. De acuerdo, socia.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Bueno, me han dado la opción. Mi posición siempre era así. Si el juego me dice que sí, normal. Me da la opción de sí, tómense riel y... Sí. Yeah.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not.
Ajá.
You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off
Ya
the
ahora
hook
en el
so
viajero.
easily, are you,
Ya está
traveler?
metido hasta el fondo. Con el Lendro. No creo que Adro quisiera llegar a la persona para entrar. Hace falta algo más que eso para entrarme. Haré que eso sea... No, esa.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so
Va a ser
pleased.
épico, intentaré
You are
hacer
the
mucho, pero
face
él
of
le
Spina di
dijo,
Rosula,
"Ok".
after all.
Mi consejo por un momento que esté intente ocultar un poco la expresión de los ojos. Calla, Melus, quiero ver a una Navia sonriente. Es felicidad momentánea.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
En la corte de
We also
Fontaine.
have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Yay.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Seré el agua que no sé qué hacer. Ah, y ahora ya en el PC. Seré... Seré el agua que calme tu sed. Escucha la voz de cine conectada con su conciencia. Bueno, ahorita tengo muchas brotos, pero no creo que tantas como para ir, yo que sé, a los 31.000. Interesante, la voz de Melo es más como seria, rasposa, de lo cual le queda. Sí. Bueno, ¿y ahora dónde? Bueno, creería con un antaño. Ah, bueno, en otro punto casual. De momento voy 30k. O sea, si llego a tener, no sé si dije antes 40 o 48, pero si llego a tener más de esa cantidad, el excedente, o sea, lo pasaba a 48k, intentaría tirar por el Brio Wesley ese. El actual deja muchos... Ah, ok, nice. Sí, bueno, estos días he estado poniéndolo donde hay artefactos en Fontaine, que solo hay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 en la ciudad de Fontaine, 3 en Poison, y bueno, en la página del mapa de Teyvat han puesto uno aquí y otro aquí, o sea, en botes, pero aparte de eso, esos 3 no hay. Y bueno, los 6 que hay en esta rutita. Que si... A menos de que te demore el tiempo de cargas, es más recomendable recoges esos 3 y te pegas aquí y recoges esos 3. En vez de hacer toda la ruta. Porque ese tramo como que demora un poco. Pero bueno. A ir abajo. Al bajo.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Bueno, asumo que Paimon va a tener un diálogo y no sé qué. Así que caminaré en vez de usar el TP para escuchar si hay o no hay diálogos. Y sí, aunque acá hay muchos puntos de investigación, ninguno de ellos es de artefactos. Lo cual es un poco sad. Pero bueno, al menos hay una señora que vende eso, sus 5 artefactos acá en la parte de abajo. No, no, voz de Paimon. Bueno.
Behold!
Habla con menos. Ah, sí, creo que a las moras. Sí, las moras. Sí, unas moras y tal. Por ejemplo, esto. A ver, quiero hacer ruta artificial. No, no creo tener.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose
Okay.
from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Ok. Parece ser que debo actualizar bien esto. Y eso que me pasé todo el rato arriba, abajo, o sea, en esta parte de las tuberías con el Scara, de un lado a otro, viendo si había o no había lugar o no. Y justo ahí hay uno. Sí, un nuevo artefacto. Lo que sí, no sé si sea muy viable. Aunque sí, intentaría luego quizás hacer un vídeo de poniendo buscando artefactos en Fontaine. Que quizá por lo usual que cuando me demoro, para cuando lo publique ya hayan puesto todos los lugares. Pero bueno.
I got a new letter from an informant.
Prefiero si
Looks like the
hacerlo
situation
yo
has changed
a
again.
que no haya nada. Sí, si lo ponen, pues bien. Ah, sí, ahí está las... Cross. No, Lisette no. Lisette. Cross. Ella es la que vende... Y artefactos en Fontaine. Que también debería también... No sé si un short o video de los 5 NPCs que venden artefactos. Porque es... Uno en Mosta, 2 en Liyue, 1 en Rito, o sea en Azuma, y luego acá en Fontaine. Estas son frutas. Y este es un periódico. Normalmente cuando le ponen puede o no haber imágenes, así que un video no es mala idea, sí.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Paimon, no seas ruda. Navia lo tiene complicado. Te has comido sus ingresos en la cena. No, no. A ver, quería hacer un chiste de que como Paimon llegó a comerse mucho, ya Navia no tiene más opción que rentar aquí. Pero no. A ver, la explicación y lo...
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Tanta expectación para nada. Gracias. A ver, esta frase la usaría si es que, yo qué sé, a ver, el Arconte Hidro o el Arconte Piro. Porque con Furina a saber cómo va a ser su kit, pero con Murata el Arconte Piro va a ser complicada, ya que existe Bennett, Chanlink y DPS Spiros. Va a ser complicada para el Arconte Piro hacer ser Arconte. A saber cómo hacer. Paimon le dice no, dejo pobre a otro personaje. La primera fue Mona, sí. Otra vez Paimon. Ay, gracias. Gracias.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
O sea, es la típica pose de personaje avergonzado, solo que faltaría que se mueva un poco la cabeza. Pero bueno, o sea, me da duda de Navi, o sea, porque sí, el diseño y bueno, la visión te dice que es Geo, pero el hecho de que tenga trazos de azul significará que tendrá que algo que ver con Hidro o cómo será. Lo cual tampoco tiene mucho sentido, ya que Geo no tiene mucha reacción, que digamos, o bueno, no hay reacciones elementales que varían con Geo.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Así que hace unos años. Bueno, sí, tomar una empresa siendo joven debe ser complicado. Aunque yo no sé, porque no sé nada respecto a eso. Más o menos si será DPS o CS o vaya más por apoyo. Es que es el problema. Hay tantos personajes Piro que vaya por donde vaya le será complicado. Al igual que Hidro. Por eso le será complicado tomar puesto de Arconte. Que se haga sentir que es Arconte. No sé.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No, I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
¿El deshonesto? ¿Qué? ¿Cómo el que pudo hacer las vías lo llaman deshonesto? Y el Arconte Piro debería venir con un nuevo tipo de joyería en lo que deja atrás. Sí. O sea, también esto. ¿Qué traerá Natlán? Como es una nación de... El Arconte de la guerra. ¿Habrá algo de Endgame? Bueno. Y está bonita la música de fondo. Como pasado sad.
3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Sin embargo, él se negó a ser jugado y finalmente murió en un duelo. Le acusaron de asesinar a un amigo suyo. Sad.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up.
Ya, pero entonces decidió el duelo por el honor o cómo.
At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence.
En aquel momento pensé que si iba a juicio sería una investigación oficial en la que encontrarían pistas a su favor con las que demostrar su inocencia. Exacto, usualmente uno piensa eso.
But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it
No solo solicitó batirse en duelo, sino que al parecer...
that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Al resultar gravemente herido, no podría haber admitido la derrota, pero se negó a rendirse e insistió en querer morir en el duelo. Está raro tu padre, Navia. Fuera de contexto, está raro. Con contexto será otra cosa, pero fuera de contexto está raro tu padre.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that.
Te falta el contexto, Navia. Sin contexto a veces es como... El viajero se levanta y de la nada aparece Navi luchando contra Mechabots. Está cool, pero... ¿Cómo? O el arco de Inazuma. Al final te dicen que es complicada la cosa y... De la nada después de que el viajero sale aparecen Kazuha y la resistencia.
How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
La música a mí con la mente de momento, sí. Pista.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in.
Mudó a su padre.
But I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records.
Y tras examinar una y otra vez sin contar el expediente y documentos no encontré ninguna pista.
However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something.
Ellos.
I must know what really happened.
Ah, los
Was my
culpables.
father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
¿Lo obligaron? ¿Le dieron trampa o fuera?
If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive.
Bueno, seguramente dijo, se le nota la cara a Navia lo que dice. O sea, el mismo señor lo dijo. Se le nota en la cara a Navia. Sí, se le nota en la cara a Navia. Entonces, si le hubiera dicho, ella literal se hubiera puesto, ah, tal paso o de tal persona. Entonces, tiene sentido que su padre no le haya dicho. Pero también es un poco F no haber dejado un memo o noticia. O quizás sí habrá hecho, quién sabe.
He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Hasta me ocultó el hecho de que mi madre murió durante el parto cuando yo nací. ¿Qué te dijo?
And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
¿Quieres saber lo que ocurrió de verdad? A ver, voy a esperar a que se levante, deje de levantarse y ahí.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Ah, rayos, ¿por qué siento que uno de ellos dos es el malo? O trabaja para el malo. Ah, rayos.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that.
Ah, el chisme, sí. Usualmente cuando hay... Mi mamá suele ver muchos programas de chismes. Así que sí, tal chisme de acá, tal chisme acá, tal chisme acá. Y por eso creo que siento una negación a saber cosas de la gente. Porque lo considero como un chisme y aunque sí me interesaría saber, prefiero no imponer mi curiosidad en algunos momentos. En otros sí pregunto, pero en otros no. No, tranqui.
People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Le encanta ver a los malos volviéndose buenos. Line volviéndose bueno. Y a los buenos volviéndose malos. NPC genérico o no trabaja para los malos. Sí.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Miss Clorand.
Ya ahí. Callas le dijo, protege a mi hija porque literal hay tipos que la tienen atada a su cuello y la pueden asistir en cualquier momento. No hay problema.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Ah, por eso es que tiene sentido ahora. No, espera. ¿Qué tan mayor es Clorinde? Ah. Aunque también es cierto que puede ser persona joven. Sí, también puede ser. Un anciano retando duelo a alguien joven y que la persona joven lo vence mientras que este le dice sus cosas de por favor protege, dale, este tipo es tal y ten cuidado tal, protege a mi hija tal y todo eso. Y como Clorinde tiene Una cara de póker normal puede, a comparación de Navia. Tiene sentido. Ahora entiendo por qué Navia se comportaba así con Chlorine. Ah, bueno, sí, Navia... Sí.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
No la había mencionado, mencionan hace cuánto pasó. Creo que dijeron 3 años. Sí, 3 años creo que habían dicho. O me estoy inventando 3 años, pero creo que 3.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either.
No, desde el punto de Chlorine tiene sentido. Ahí no lo dejo, aunque debo decir, debe ser feo tener que matar a alguien que es inocente y que se nota que es buena gente, pero bueno. Sad.
She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena...
Ella conocía al señor Callus y lo tenía en alta estima. Pero al ver la voluntad de Callus en el duelo, sí.
There was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Bueno, sí, desde el punto sentimental debe ser chocante ver cómo tu padre murió a manos de alguien. Y saber que, aunque sí murió, sí la mató, pero también es cierto que... No. Raiz, en serio está... Desde el punto de vista de un niño, sí, esa sensación es como... o explicárselo a un niño es... No, en serio. Si es que el tipo no lo hayan forzado a que se muera, entonces realmente diría es un idiota. Pero si es que lo forzaron, ok, no, todo normal, tiene sentido. En el sentido de... Bueno, o sea, literario. Pero si es que no quiso, es como... ¿Por qué hiciste que Chlorine te matara en ese caso? Ay. Bueno, sí.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Es algo que no quieres.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Chlorine nos contó que justo al comenzar el duelo, el señor le pidió que velara por la seguridad de Navia. Callus tenía la intención de morir en el duelo.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
Bueno, sí, se nota que tu padre es muy... No se me ocurre cómo decirlo. Iba a decir loco, pero sé que hay una mejor palabra, pero no me acuerdo cuál palabra podría ser. Le gusta las ideas extravagantes, al parecer.
All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
Raiz tiene la pose, pero le falta mover la cabeza de un lado a otro. Casi. Claro que no, entiendo que esto sea importante para ti. Ya sí en serio, me fastidia que ya sea cualquier opción da lo mismo. Es como que no hay libertad de opciones. O al menos a lo mucho una línea que casi no se siente tanto, no hay mucho peso. Se ha enseñado mucho que yo que no de las cosas. Entiendo que esto sea importante para ti.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Bueno, espero que este sea el primer día y si no, entonces... Silver.
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Sí, excéntrico también. Y el otro, Navia, se fueron.
The wind rises.
Navia o el viejo... bueno.
You need to know how it works.
Lo dije tarde, pero era eso. Quizás no he buscado la definición, así que puede ser o puede no. Pasa noche tranquila bajo la protección de Espina de Rosario.
Paimon slept so well.
Un día en las cloacas.
Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Ah, la sede de Espina de Rosalia es Poisson. Pensaba que era aquí. Como tiene el símbolo de botecito. La sede y lugar donde nació Espina de Rosalia, que no se sabía por el momento.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Pues al parecer Liz tiene razón. Y digo al parecer porque hasta que lo mencionen es su posición. Pero parece ser que sí. Es importante, es una persona clave.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
Archivos que guarda personalmente su señoría. Archivos con información detallada sobre los últimos años. Ah, entonces ha sido un juicio reciente. Ah, pensaba que era por mar primigenio algo de antiguo.
If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you.
Sí, la autoridad de Fontaine se le nota.
In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
¿Tienes ganas de mimir?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Sí. Bueno, espero que esto sea que ya. Historia del río. Logros. Historias del río Ceniciento. Alójate en la base de Espina Rosalia y entérate lo que le ocurrió a Padre Navia. El Espinero Juez Supremo. Bueno, asumo que va a haber un poco de cosa, acción.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Entrar. Ah, sí, estoy grabando esto. Bueno, no hay cinemática de momento, así que... No hay cinemática de momento. Y se me había olvidado poner el...
Take it easy.
Este lugar es cierto que no lo he examinado mucho, así que... No sé si hay o no hay artefactos. Esto ahora sí que no se puede entrar por aquí. Y a saber si puede entrar por allá o no.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Queremos ver a Forina. ¿Se podía entrar a este lugar? Sí, hasta aquí. Si hay o no hay habitaciones secretas, no sé, pero... ¿Quién sabe? O sea, sí había entrado, pero no me había fijado con antelación si había o no había algo. Y no parece haber nada. CDN. Estaría interesante que si hubiese hecho la misión de las melucinas, hubiese un diálogo único o algo. Pero bueno.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
La seguridad está bien.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Wow, Navi está muy a la ofensiva. Me gusta. Y está a la derecha, así que a poner su...
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
Si no rompemos las normas de igual con estatus. Exacto, Navi. Aunque es F.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
¿No ven cómo no sentirse seguros con una guardia así? Sí. Espera, ¿qué?
Yep, yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
Sí, el meme del clasismo está ahí presente en Fontaine.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
Ah, justicia o confianza. ¿Qué se hará en la nación de la justicia?
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Nos dejan entrar.
Thanks so much.
CDM. Ah, no tiene. A ver, esto es libro, ¿verdad? Libro, sí. La caída de Remuria. Y luego no hay... No. Bueno. A entrar a la habitación de Neuillet. Vamos.
Please come in.
¡Hola, madre! Ah, está cool. No sé si se podrá entrar después o antes o... Arre, quería poner una... Bueno. A ver cómo se dan los negocios.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
Buena seguridad, no es mala, pero tampoco tan buena, sí. Tiene un nivel ahí respetable. Pero también es cierto que, sea el villano, entrar a la habitación de Neuillet por la fuerza sería un acto estúpido. Y Tartas lo sabe. Enfrentarse al juez. A ver cómo seguimos con esto. Espero que no haya alguna ley o estemos rompiendo una ley y nos metan en la cárcel por solo entrar a su habitación, pero...
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Sí, lo sé, sí, es el meme que no tenía, que para mí no tenía sentido hasta hace unos días y ahora ya entiendo el sentido de por qué. Pero todavía no he visto esa cinemática o parte, así que aunque sepa el detalle lo puedo disfrutar. Como que te digan, este es postre y es delicioso, pero como todavía no lo has probado, puedes tener la expectativa.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Bueno, Navia, se nos acabaron ese caso. Y tiene sentido. Mar primigenio suena muy raro para que haya sido caso reciente. F con nuestra pista.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my
Ni
memory.
en archivos ni memoria. Pues nada.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
No, Paimon, cada vez que el viajero se tira en coma es algo importante. Pudimos ver a la hermana. Yamiko nos levantó. Luego a Venti le quitaron la visión. Luego, ¿qué más? A ver, en Liyue. En Liyue, ¿el viajero estuvo en coma o lo tiraron? ¿Se durmió? O no me acuerdo. Creo que no. Bueno, lo de la cima. Cariberta, sí, pues Cariberto, sí, pues. A ver.
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Oh, Navi está sad. Navi está sad.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Ouch. Y digo ouch porque parece ser que Navi es alguien muy sentimental. Y ya que estábamos con él, no podíamos haberle preguntado cómo contactar con Furina o dejarle un memo a él para que luego en X momento contactar con Furina. O sea, el viajero puede decirle, si luego le puedes preguntar a Furina tal cosa, muchas gracias, y nos retiramos. O un momento para hablar con Furina sobre X tal cosa y luego nos retiramos. Qué raro que no haya hecho eso. En Somero, cuando nuestro ley por eso hizo trato con el... Sí, con Doctor. En DJ no creo, pero... Creo que no, pero lo dejaré en tal vez, sí.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead.
Es una pena que no sé si es el motor gráfico de los juegos, pero está triste, pero no se puede. Sé que quizá en otros juegos del universo se pueda ver aún más expresiva su tristeza de nadie. Es un 7 y no dejan que sea un 10 ese sentimiento. Un 8 y 9. Aquí soy sincera, las palabras nivelet suenan muy mecánicas, no como algo que siente, sino como algo que siente la obligación de decir. Bueno, supongo, no sé. O sea, el Neuvillet no sé nada, así que puede que sí, puede que no. Pero sí.
In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Ok, eso fue un 10. Eso fue un 10. Mira, con las lágrimas pasando por sus mejillas. Me da ganas de ver cómo habrá sido la interpretación de esta parte en japonés y en otros idiomas. Bueno, ya 9. 10 hubiera sido animado con el motor de cinemática. Yo recuerdo que ni era... no, ahí están, sí. Ahí están las lágrimas.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to.
Bueno, sí, o sea, una acción a veces es... O sea, una consecuencia a veces es la acción o inacción de muchas partes. La falta o la poca o la mucha acción de muchas partes en ese suceso, quiera o no. Y supongo que aquí hay una, pero...
If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Perdón por haber explotado de esa forma. O sea, sí hay emoción, pero no sé si es porque es en inglés o es en la escena como tal, porque Navi está formada y educada, que lo hizo. O sea, sí usó todas sus emociones, pero de una manera, entre comillas, calmada. O solo hacer el audio en inglés. O sea, me da curiosidad porque no sé, a ver, si en los otros idiomas ha explotado así que se escucha más sentimiento o drama. Sí, debe haber, o sea, esta escena tiene sentido que haya en varios idiomas. Hay gente que pone varios idiomas. Por ejemplo, la de Paimon llorando cuando encontró el viajero en Sumero, o sea, sí, pues, el acto 2.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Lo tendré en blog de notas. Navia llorando Genshin Impact. Ok, lo veré luego. Que luego se hace tarde y no hay tiempo para terminar la misión.
Rain. It's raining.
Está llorando.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Bueno, dice Nevelet hace llorar a Navia, pero Ship. Llovió mucho, la lluvia, el sentimiento de la gente.
What is it? Did you think of something?
¿El caso de tu padre tuvo lugar en un sitio cerrado o abierto? ¿En un lugar exterior o interior?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene?
Lo contrario.
That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
Sí, pero en ese momento le faltaba un dato importante.
Oh? Wait.
You don't mean...
No sabían que la gente se podía convertir en agua.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
El asesino se convirtió en agua y como llovía no dejó ningún rastro.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Vamos,
Yeah,
amarropa.
we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
¿Estás loca, Navia? No hay tiempo que perder. Vamos ahora.
Great, let's go then.
Que luego viene mi fase y tengo que estar con cosas. Ah, dejó de llover. Bueno, ya que estamos en Poison. Ah, bueno, no, ahí se me Poison. A ver. No era. Por un momento me preocupé si había o no había omitido otro lugar. Ya con uno me parece demasiado omitir el lugar.
Whoa,
Un exceso.
what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like
Y
this?
está raro el barco.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
Entonces no es un barco.
My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Es por eso que Navia tiene un mástil de adorno en su vestido.
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Se entiende.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Entonces las alcantarillas son su sucursal. No. Ya, siguiendo con ese video de artefactos. Supongo que todavía no ha cargado. Es de... Supongo que es 24 horas, no 12. ...24 horas. Lo dejo anotado para... saber de antemano. Esto no es artefacto. Ajá, solo es un arma. Aquí habría otro, pero no hay, entonces... Si es 24 horas termina acá. Y por una de la señora también hay otro, pero... 24 horas. Habla con Melos en el barco.
Take it easy.
O sea, me da la duda de seguramente quizás hay algunos en el mar, uno que otro lugar que no estoy que estoy omitiendo, no sé. O sea, estos lugares no sé si hay o no hay en esos Melos. A ver, ¿Qué nos tienes que decir, señor?
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
El culpable puede ser la misma persona.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Sinte.
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Ah, ok. Droga que convertía a la gente en agua. Ouch. Era como una bebida que generaba un estado de euforia y producía todo tipo de alucinaciones placenteras. Oh.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Ah, era el alcalde.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Shit, el Sinte es más peligroso de lo que pensaba. Solo se me ocurre una pista. Y seguramente está muy errónea. ¿Tú has visto Avatar, el agua controlar los movimientos de la gente por las venas del agua? ¿Qué pasaría si el tipo hubiera bebido esa agua y quiera o no el jefe la haya controlado para apuntar y disparar? ¿Eso o que el otro, el malvado solo se haya convertido en agua y por un razón le haya puesto la pistola en su mano? Lo cual no tiene mucho sentido, pero a saber.
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
¿Una prenda de ropa tirada en el suelo? La ropa era de alguien que se había disuelto.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Ya, entonces, hubo algún maleante que quería eliminar al padre de Navia. El padre de Navia tenía una pistola Y el tipo malo apuntó la pistola al padre, al Yaques, y por alguna razón el padre de Navia agarró el arma. Esa última parte me parece raro, pero bueno, tiene un poco más de sentido. No puedo cortar la continuación de tercera persona.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth.
Sí, pero por cómo suena eso, esa tercera persona parece ya haber muerto. Entonces, ¿cómo rayos sabríamos dónde está? A menos que sea lo contrario de que... Ay, no sé.
On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed.
Bueno, tiene sentido una cosa que dijo Navia. Si de verdad hubiera querido que su padre, que Navia no supiera la verdad, pues él le hubiera dicho en cara: Navia, no averigües de mi muerte, y pum, listo. Pero no se lo dijo, entonces, nada.
Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do.
Ah.
In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
Pero el detonante de todo esto fue descubrir que usted, señorita, había sido escogida como la siguiente chica en desaparecer.
What?
¿Cómo que qué? Es lo natural.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Una rara enfermedad y que según los médicos no viviría más de 5 años. Wow.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you.
Bueno, sí. Pero si fallecía por enfermedad, usted estaría ante el peligro. Okay.
Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Si usted desaparecía, él u otra persona con esa información haría público el caso del Cinti y las disparaciones. Ok, sí.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Ajá. La puso en una posición donde no pasaría de ser percibida. Sí. La maniobra de amenaza surtió efecto. Aunque el señor Cala falleció, usted está a salvo, ¿sí?
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
Navia, estás loca si crees que eso no es verdad. Tiene lo más sentido posible. Ahora, la cosa es que él no te dijo nada de no podías investigarlo. O sea, él sí estaba de acuerdo en que en X punto de tu vida podrías investigar su muerte o el caso de las desapariciones. Está chido. Tenemos su aprobación. A darle con la investigación.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
Era mejor morir en un duelo con la fama deshonesto que quedar mal con padre ante usted. No sé.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him.
Nunca contó que algún día yo me enteraría de todo esto, por eso dejó tantas cosas preparadas. Lo que dijo ella con lo que está aquí escrito no tiene mucho sentido, pero bueno, está llorando.
Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Te dio la oportunidad de elegir, Navi.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
Ok, vamos a 100% con ello. Con el viajero en mano, a proteger a la waifu.
It's the location where synth is produced.
¿Qué?
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
Me dices que la base de una droga, de una sustancia misteriosa está en el mapa de la 4.0. Va a ser un dominio así con una caverna y luego dicen que está en la base, ¿verdad? O sea, me suena a lo de la fábrica de engaños en Inazuma.
When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share
Algo
the
así.
specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why?
Invitación.
If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
A ver, que no son los Fatu y Melus. Todo es tómalo con easy. Ni que fueran adeptus o una criatura de ser primordial dragón, solo son personas. Y ten en cuenta la situación que es esto, o sea, darle así que la persona es, oh no va con todo lo que él viajado, el viajero es como, nah.
There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside,
O la fábrica de
nor what
robots o
people we may be
laboradores
able to
de la
capture.
misión del Tartas. Bueno, la del Tartas todavía no la he hecho. Lo increíble es que las propias personas dan miedo. Sí, pero es que en ese punto de la historia del Genshin es como que, no sé, NPC Random X no da tanto miedo como yo que sé, Capitano, o la Signora, o la tipa que le quitó al viajero a su hermana. Eso es como la escala de... O sea, si en una revista o manga shonen al final te revelan que el enemigo final sea una persona NPC sin poderes especiales y nada, es como que... Ala. Bueno, lo de manipulador y eso pensativo ya es una cosa, pero... no sé.
But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Importante, así que solo un NPC simple a tal y cabo. Los casos es que no habríamos nada que correr lo que el señor nos quiere correr.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Paimon, ¿estás loca? Es obvio que eso es la peor alternativa. Habíamos visto que hay un oficial Random X que inculpó a Lini con evidencia falsa. Es obvio que va a haber chivos expiatorios en las autoridades de Fontaine.
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Exacto.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
Sí.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
Años y años de pensar.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Ah, la madre, si esta es una de esas novelas de misterio típicas de Inglaterra o Francia antiguas, es que el mayordomo sea el enemigo número uno. Pero eso ya estaría demasiado usado, así que es obvio que no es Melus, es el otro. Y tiene sentido porque el otro todavía no está acá, entonces sí tiene sentido. Y si no es el otro y ni Melus, es como, ah bueno, un NPC nuevo.
I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Sí, algo útil.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
Bien hecho, Melus.
The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Florent, consejero superior.
Huh? Florent?
Sí, Navia.
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always there's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Cofradía Cabriere.
Uncle Marcel.
Tío Marcel. Mira, Cofradía Cabriere.
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
sea, por decirlo, pero no es el mayordomo.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Organización hermana, tienes.
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support.
Apoyo financiero y comercial.
It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
Es que Navia es el tipo más mente maestra. Y
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
Pucha, ese tipo se ve igualito al tipo que murió en el capítulo anterior. El NPC que... me da mala espina. Pero bueno, es como... este bueno. Y luego control C y control B. Y el mismo NPC, este malo. Bueno.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities.
Formar las autoridades.
Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
Okay.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most.
Pero Navia,
Almost too hard to believe.
esto es lo normal. ¿De qué hablas? Bueno, es cierto que desde el punto de vista que alguien no se lee novelas de misterio, mucho anime, manga o así, no sería como, oh, sorpresa, la cara del el meme de el chico así con la boca abierta. Oh. Bueno.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
El culpable es una persona muy precavida.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty.
Ay, Melu, ¿cómo sabemos que
And
no es
before
el...
I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death.
Después de la muerte de Jack,
After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care.
Spinner se
They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Parece que estarás más tiempo en pantalla, Navia. Mejor para mí.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
¡No! ¡No! ¡No de nuevo! ¡Tan pronto! ¡No! No. Un acto no era suficiente juego verso. ¿Quieres que haga más de esto? No. O sea, no es que me quejo de que hubiese, es que quiera bro, este sistema de juicio está medio mal implementado, no sé, es como que le falta algo. Bueno, espero que lo mejoren para la 4,1. Empezar. Detalles del caso de Calas. En aquella noche lluviosa de hace 3 años, los asistentes al banquete escucharon 2 disparos. Cuando llegaron a la escena, Calas tenía un arma en la mano y ya que se hacía muerto en el suelo, con un disparo en la bala. Según el informe de aquel entonces, no había indicios de que además hubiera estado en la escena del crimen, por lo que Calas fue declarado culpable de homicidio. No, bueno, no tanto, es como que mirar es como estar corriendo una pista que no sabes hasta cuándo termina, miras adelante pensando que ya estoy cerca de terminar y ves que todavía faltamos como que más de la mitad y sientes el shock de voy a estar aquí más tiempo de lo que pensaba. Voy a estar aquí más tiempo de lo que esperaba. Liz, un momento, voy a por algo que tenía que ver conmigo en el almuerzo, pero se me había olvidado y aprovecho que estoy que aún estoy estando ahí para servirme. Ya. Vuelvo en menos de 5 minutos. Es África. Menos de 5.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Ok. He vuelto. Pongo esto aquí. Una tortilla. Y a seguir con el caso.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to...
Ajustes, audio. Y le bajo un poco la música. Visita a la familia de Yaquis. No, es la misma instancia que el TPS.
Search forth!
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Ay. Listo, ahora sí.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Bueno, técnicamente, además de abogados en Fontaine, somos más investigadores y detectives. Exacto. O sea, la trama de detectivesca, juegos de detectives no está mal, solo que o bien es mi falta de experiencia en esos juegos, o es que le falta algo al acá al...
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Mejor no la molestamos. Sí. Uno, dos. Ah, mira, esto parece pescado o fruta. Pescado. Ok, ya, eso viene.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Eso. Con razón la niñita estaba medio...
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
Exacto, ya que es F.
I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift.
No puedes.
I know
Pero bueno.
only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Adel.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again.
Okay.
He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of
Cualquier cosa
providing
estoy
for his
comiendo, así que
family
por eso
too
estoy
literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
F.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
O sea, él sabía que iba a morir. F. Le ordenaron a Jacques asesinar a Cal... No, le ordenaron morir. Para encubrir a Callas.
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Eso es lo que
Yeah.
importa.
Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh,
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's,
Sí.
your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Esto, bueno.
Relax.
Claro, sí. Testimonio de la familia de Jacques. La familia de Jacques cree que él había recibido la orden de asesinar a Callas. ¿Quiere decir que Callas lo mató en defensa propia o acaso hay algo más por descubrir? Es lo segundo seguramente, como es. Pero, a ver,
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
señor Espina.
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
Espina.
Are you okay, Navia?
Torre.
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Oh.
Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Ok, ahora sí.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
A ver. Poison 1 de 1, ok. Ah, bueno, no hay tantas.
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Sí.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
Sí.
And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Dos disparos.
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone,
Primero a nada.
while the second killed Jacques.
Y el segundo.
But I've never really bought that explanation.
Sí.
Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Definitivamente.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him.
Así que ¿quién habrá sido esa
The gun
tercera
he
persona?
was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys?
Ajá.
But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
¿O por quién habrá
About
sido
that,
mandada? Porque ya vimos
Malus
que los
told me a
antecedentes
thing or
prácticamente-
two.
sí, lo que-
So, I
Sí,
think I
eso
can
es.
understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
Ah, la madre, le está
I
diciendo
understand.
a uno de ellos.
Then
Malus es el
I'll leave
enemigo.
Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss.
O atacan a
And if I may just say one more thing, the whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula
Di Rosula.
and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
A la madre, como que si este tipo resulta ser uno de los que trabajan para el mal, me sentiré muy triste, porque con todo lo que ha dicho me sentiré muy triste que si sea uno de que trabaje para el mal.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Sí, lo que me da curiosidad es... ¿Spina de Rosula es algún apellido de Navia o es solo un nombre así? Porque usualmente a veces es el apellido de la persona. No sé si Navia Spina o Navia di Rosula. ¿Cuál será el apellido de Navia? Que si me veo Floren. Floren, el consejero superior de Spina di Rosula afirma estar muy agradecido con Calas por su unidad. El día de su suceso él también estaba presente en el maquete y pudo corroborar que Calas no había conseguido una arma que el día. Y ahora... ¡Oh, la madre! Ah, Fontaine. Ve a la corte de Fontaine para lograr admitirlo. Pero tal vez como el barco es algo que le gustaba a su padre. Ah, bueno, quizás. Ah, mira, ahí está. Qué fácil.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Somos quienes vamos a descubrir la verdad detrás de este asunto de acto 2, Thierry. A ver, espera, pero quiero ver. Bueno, pues ya está, así que Fontaine va a ser la de más.
Ah, yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own.
Ah. Entonces cualquier guardia X puede enviar robots a... Ah. Ya veo.
Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage.
Puedes pedir a un chef que te cocine algo, pero no que te dé un masaje o te lleve unas maletas. ¿Cómo?
If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Alguien que vive del cinto no le faltarían moras proteínas. Todo sentido.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Bueno. Información de Thierry. Hace tiempo que Thierry es el responsable de la comunicación oficial entre Spina y Rosula y Guardia de Fontaine. Según eso, solo alguien verdaderamente pudiente podría ser en posesión de semejante cantidad de megagendarmes.
I'll see what I can do for you in Spina di Rosula when it comes to guard stuff, but don't go advertising.
Habla con Marcel. Alegre. ¿Te suena alguno de los sospechosos? El tipo rico, creo.
Behold!
O sea, este. Ah, no, espera, no era una chica, ¿qué rayos?
Hello, how may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Apresurado.
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Ah, gracias,
To
Marcelo,
beat the
estás hablando
Hydro
todo.
Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Nah, no te preocupes, es solo porque un NPC hizo de ahí de escudo. Si no hubiese sido ese NPC de escudo, básicamente te mantengo ocupada Arconte hidro mientras que dejo mi guardia para que el viajero pueda aprovechar y sacar mis vistas. Algo así. Ahí estuvo bien.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Oh, qué rápido de ponerse el casco.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
En otras palabras, Fontaine es la ciudad del chisme. Sí, así parece. Pasamos de la ciudad de estudiantes universitarios atareados por sus tesis al chisme.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
No te preocupes, fue gracias a que Paimon le gusta tomar y comer mucho. Golosa Paimon.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there.
¿Qué habla, tipo? Es lo contrario, es el momento de la acción. Vamos a descubrir al supuesto criminal y vamos a empezar la trama verdadera de Fontaine. Porque ya me da curiosidad saber si de aquí, bueno, probablemente no de aquí, pero en algún punto empezarán a hablar sobre quién va a ser el siguiente jefe semanal en Fontaine. ¿Quién será? Porque en serio, de momento nada. De momento nada. Ni los leaks, nada. El chisme.
If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's
eso es lo que me
case?
parece raro. O sea, aunque también tiene sentido, o sea, por ejemplo, cuando antes de que saliera el Skara como jefe, diría que primero se anunció la arena, o sea, cómo sería el lugar de los sabios donde sería el enfrentamiento con el robot de Skara, y luego Skara, y luego una vista de cómo sería el tamaño cuando estaba completo y comparándolo con el viajero o algo así, o al menos así lo recuerdo. Pero el punto es seguramente que primero antes de ver quién va a ser el jefe, veremos posibles lugares de dónde podría ser la locación donde vamos a, o cómo se dará la locación donde vamos a pelear contra el jefe semanal, y luego quizá después ya veremos cómo. Pero usualmente seguramente cuando salga la 4.1 y empiecen las betas de la 4.2, ahí sabremos más información. Últimamente no sé más detalles o aspectos que pasarán, pero no quiénes están involucrados. Sí, creo. Sí.
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Ok, sí, este es una culpa.
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Formación de Marcel. Marcel es director de la cofradía Cabrieri y la persona que organizó aquel banquete hace años. O sea, él preparó la estratagema, sí. Además, Espina de Rosaria siempre ha mantenido una estrecha colaboración con la cofradía Cabrieri. Aunque los recuerdos de lo que ocurrió están algo borrosos, está decidido protegerla también. O sea, bien uno o es el jefe o uno de los colegas del jefe, aprovechando que fue aquí, tuvo la oportunidad de tener el acceso a lugares. O sea, como por ejemplo el caso de Liney. Como era un ayudante de Liney, podía acceder a la parte de abajo.
Ah, alas. Why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
Sé que en teoría solo funciona con lo de Sumeru, pero a ver.
There are still so many places for...
Sí, solo funciona con Sumeru. Bueno. Nada. Cazuelas.
All right.
Reorganiza las fiestas con... bueno, y ya que estamos en cámara, el corte y el rocío. Lo que debo decir es que Scara lo malo de cuando intenta subir escaleras de modo. Y aquí Gilan más ayudando.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
Sí.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
No me pareció que ninguno fuera el culpable. Está raro el viajero, no me pareció que ninguno fuera el culpable.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years.
Bueno, sí, sí.
Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
Hora de análisis.
But where should we start?
Paimon, ponte los lentes de detective y empecemos. El móvil.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
Según
That
Flore,
makes sense.
Callas no fue el primer disparador cuando cree que es posible, sí.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Jacques no ganaba nada con disparar.
Oh? And why is that?
Matar a Callas era garantía de que él seguiría vivo. Matar a Callas garantizaba la seguridad de su familia.
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Exacto. Lo que implica quién ha sido la tercera persona. El muñito de Nami.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Sí, así parece.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Esa pista es obviamente.
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel. Y si me equivoco, pues el juego va a ponerme la opción X, así que...
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child.
Navia chiquita. Estaría interesante ver.
Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Si te equivocabas te daba la razón y volvía a preguntar, pero sin la respuesta equivocada. Ah. Pues F, ver a los otros dos. Bueno. Eso no significa que hagas una gran... Ah, como ahorita, ok, sí tiene sentido. Entonces, eso no significa que gastó una gran cantidad de mora y energía aprovechó contra su propio negocio. Entonces debe ser otra persona. Ah. Thierry. Florent. Rayos. Tiene razón Liz. Ahora la pregunta es... ¿Quién es el...? O sea, quiero elegir el otro para luego al final elegir el único. Florent.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
Exacto.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Aunque no te equivoques, te hace repetir.
Exactly. He can't.
No sé.
And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Entonces debe ser la otra persona. Thierry. Está cool, o sea.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Who could it be?
Creo que... Ah. O sea, sí tenía que perder... Ah, rayos, ok. Escoja una prueba. Falta una. Corte de Fontaine. Poison. Testimonio de Calas. No relacionado. No relacionado. No tengo. No hay forma de resolver esto pensando en solo el incidente de los mecánicos. No hay forma de resolver esto pensando sobre el incidente de los mecánicos. Exacto, Marcel. Pero no hay mucha gente.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Sí, tenía razón, tenía que pasar por los tres para ver.
Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Y saber cuando pensó en las tres personas que dijo.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
Solo... No, en serio, Liz. Esto me da la pinta de que es el mayordomo, pero bueno.
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Bueno, se entiende. Al fin y al cabo es alguien cercano a ti emocionalmente conectado.
Well,
Se
we still
pasa,
have
así que nos
another
quiere
trump
meter la
card on
mecánica,
top of
sí.
all the theorizing and speculating.
Dios. La fábrica de Cinte.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are.
Tierra.
I've been looking for you.
Así que Tierra nos va a dar la pista faltante, porque habían 3 y faltaban 3. O sea, 3 y 3, faltaba 1.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
¿Otro juicio?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
Sí.
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Supongo que aquí es donde la trama se desvía y me voy a ver a mi pana Tartas. Y sí, Liz, sé que Tartas terminan a la cárcel, pero aún así es divertido ver cómo Tartas termina en la cárcel. O por qué rayos es que Tartas termina en la cárcel. O sea, es como digan, esto está rico, pero ¿queréis experimentar sabor o cómo probarlo? No, vaya. No, mi personaje es X, sí.
What? Is that someone you know?
Pana.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Sí, o sea, sí, está claro que Tartas es cool y todo, pero no suena algo que haría Tartas. Si fueran hombres ancianos, hombres que tienen muchas deudas desaparecidos, ahí quizás sí. Pero chicas desaparecidas, no, considerando que el tipo tiene varios hermanos y hermanas, no creo. ¿Qué hacemos? Toca ir a
Wait,
verlo, sí.
how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
Sí.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Si llegan a acusarlo formalmente, la guardia no será de acuerdo con que volvamos a investigar el caso. ¿Por qué?
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
Oh.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Bueno, Navia, esto implica una cosa. ¡Te volveré a ver en arcos posteriores! ¡Sí! Y bueno, veremos a Tartas. Y bueno, Tartas y puntos, spoilers. Que medio sé, pero no quiero saber. Y de paso, Tartas de otra nación. ¿Cómo haría eso por años? En caso de que tiene más años al mismo que Tartas, sí, pues. Separémonos. Tú me das la info de la última pista y yo veo al Tartas siendo el meme de Genshin. Pero Mr. Worldwide a la vez.
Split up? What do you mean?
Tú vas a líneas y yo voy a ver ese lugar. Confío en mis habilidades y sé que puedo ir a ese lugar.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open.
Exacto.
You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Pero tengan en cuenta que con las pistas que tenemos es posible que ganen juicio, así que tranquila.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Malus, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of you.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus.
Oye, que me confundí.
Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
¿Navia se va por la prueba o yo me voy por la prueba? Ya me confundí. Ah, aquí está, análisis de sospechoso. Tras poner en común información obtenida de los mecagendarmes y lo averiguado previamente, la hipótesis es que Marcel es la única persona que podría poseer tal cantidad de mecagendarmes y hacer negocios conscientes y dejar prisa uno. Nosotros vamos a la fábrica. Ya. Agarramos mucho.
Now that Navia has set out for Araneas, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
No da pinta que esto sea un dominio. Busca la entrada.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Sí, lo que sí me da curiosidad es ese lugar que será, porque está imponente y también considerando que está casi cerca a Celestia. 4.0 es un punto de inflexión. Así pues, la 4.x sí que se nota como punto de inflexión. Y bueno, punto de TP nice. Debe ir al juicio y nosotros a verga. Seguro. Un cofre. Lo abriré porque. ¿Por qué no? What the. Ok. Habla con Paimon.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
Sí, su aspecto es
Sure
normal a
doesn't
propósito.
seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms.
Ahora tiene sentido esa imagen que había visto antes. Que la conversión era gloop gloop y la conversión de Paimon decía gloop gloop.
Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Ah, el análisis, sí, entonces ya está listo. Mientras tanto, en la... ¡Oh! Vemos a Navia, ok.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
Esa, tú tratas de oportunidad de combate, ganancias al máximo. Ese dominio es rápido, glug, 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 glug.
When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case.
Sí.
This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Pero si usas la lógica no tiene sentido que Tardas sea culpable, así que si, bueno, si tiene la oportunidad de ir a por un duelo cool, pues él irá por un duelo cool. Aprovechando la ley de Fontaine, así que...
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Ahí está su valor se pronunciado.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Pues entonces ahí Tartas no tiene interés, pero sí.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics?
Exacto, acusar a un maniático de combate de hacer un plan de estratega y confabulado que requiere años de práctica y planeación no suena a tartas. Aunque sería gracioso o interesante ver a Navia siendo la abogada de tartas. Ed Sheeran y Taylor Swift. Estaría gracioso ver eso. Navia como abogada de tartas.
We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh no, se vienen malas noticias para Tartas. ¿Qué va a hacer ahora que no puede retar a combate a nadie?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
Bueno, entonces sí, no sé cómo de sentarse en el público o hacer una aparición de... Bueno, ya que a ver.
Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
Los protocolos van en contra del Tartas.
That person is...
Ah, ahora sí veo. Análisis sospechoso, eso es obvio que es esto. Me da curiosidad a ver qué pasa si le dijo el otro, pero ya hay mucho tiempo que hemos gastado, ya van 3 horas, así que...
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Después Marcel llega y se ponen los acusados.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Sin abogado, está loco el tipo, el NPC random.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on.
Bueno.
I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between into the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Sí, entiendo por qué Rayos Tartas vino y hizo combate.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
Hacer tiempo. Bueno.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Narraré los hechos según la investigación realizada por la oficina judicial. ¡Oh!
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere.
Y de Villet, la madre, está interesante eso. Aquel día los miembros de Fina Rosa estaban reunidos funcionados en una banqueta cerrada en la casa de campo de Cabriere. A la madre, se ve grande este lugar.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
¿Quién será este tipo? Parece importante.
When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound.
F el Jaques. Está cool.
The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life.
A ver, aquí relatando las cosas y un tipo misterioso disparando al Jaques.
The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
El sospechoso no negó estas conclusiones y tampoco las rebatió, sino que decidió defender su honor directamente en un duelo. Ah, sí se vio el padre de Navia. Oh. Sí, se ve como una edad de adulto ya entrando a sus 50s. Imaginación. La persona misteriosa, la ropa, Jaques y el...
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
O sea, esta parte está bonita, saber cómo han dibujado en cinemáticas cómo se ven las escenas del juicio. Ok, es hora de refutar.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger.
El que quería matar a alguien no le pareció a Jacques, pero él tampoco quería matarlo.
In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
Una tercera persona mató a Jaques con el primer disparo, y el segundo fue mi padre matando a dicha persona con la misma arma. No creo que su padre haya matado a la persona con dicha arma, pero...
After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
El verdadero culpable convirtió a la tercera persona en agua. No tiene sentido, porque si no implicaría que hubiese 4 personas en esa escena de crimen.
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Sí. Oh. Ah, rayos, no lo hago a tiempo. Ya, a ver. Se celebran banquetes, contradicciones.
Something's not right. Let me think for a little while
Sí,
longer.
juego se convirtió en guardia delante, sí.
Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer.
Ok, sí, no, solo estoy spameando su voz.
Let me think for a little while longer.
Ya, ok, ya lo dejé. Ok, no sé, este tipo parece importante, pero no sé. 2 disparos, la misión concluyó que Galas evitó ya con esa iniciativa.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Petición de Jaques. Jaques necesitó llevar a cabo el asesinato de Callus y le pidió ayuda. A la madre se veía joven. Le puso la mano a Jaques, que se había reunido con la muerte de defensa. No había salido con un arma. Y ustedes se mutaban que hubieran tercero en la escena. Bueno, dices el medio, pero ya en este punto no hay nada de medio, así que...
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Wow, qué pose, es como si lo estuviera tirando. Una semana asesinó de repente a Jackie sin atacar a Calas, pero le derrotó al episodio donde el fusil le mató un disparo. No sé si matarlo, si considerando que se hizo agua, pero quién sabe. No se hallaron más armas porque falló el primer disparo y mató a Jackie el segundo.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Ya que si la ropa del otro. Oh, wow. No, en serio, esta imagen está cool, o sea, la persona, aquí está F Yaques, pero wow, cómo lo lanza y no sé si esta es la pierna del la tercera persona o del padre de Navia, pero wow, la pose se ve como de acción. Y acá lamentando los sucesos de esa noche.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things.
Oh no, Furina está a cargo. ¿Qué van a hacer? ¿Cómo se va a arruinar el caso? Bueno, ya, con tranquilidad. Pero no sé, a ver.
One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
Espero que ya hayamos llegado pronto en ese punto de tiempo, si no es eso.
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Ouch. F, Furina. La cagas.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
Ah, bueno, confías en la guardia de Fontaine.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Es que está un poco ahí, un poco depre sabiendo que puede no estar en lo correcto y puede o no, tiene que darlo a la duda.
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Sí, exacto, no quiere volver a dejar en currículum.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Exacto, no acusar a nadie injustamente.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described,
Oh, vamos a ver Clorinda hablar.
then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
Ah, rayos, esta va a ser complicada de decirle porque es básicamente decir en tu cara tu sistema judicial apesta y no se puede confiar, por eso tuvo que hacer por la otra. Ah, buena suerte, Navia. Aunque también es cierto que sus palabras de forma apaciguarla no es lo suyo, así que...
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him.
No quería hacerlo.
The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist.
Si mi padre hubiera tenido la más mínima confianza en que la ópera impartiera justicia, nunca habría fundado la Legión Universal. Se lo dijo directamente. Se lo dijo directamente. Ouch. No quiero ver, pero quiero ver. No quiero. A ver, ya que. Rayos. Lo dejaré en automático o voy a ser muteado. Lo dejaré en automático y no voy a ser muteado.
But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did.
Eso sí es un argumento sino tonterías, exacto. Esto y ya. Sigamos.
As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Tenías que dar el contexto, ¿no?
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Exacto.
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous.
Cuídate y muchas gracias por pasar por aquí. A ver. Gracias por pasar por aquí. Bye bye. Otra.
I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to... But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Snezhnaya. El momento justo. Soy un comerciante que sigue a hacer negocio. No tengo ningún motivo para hacer mujer, por eso no hace nada. A ver, y lo otro era... Cuando era joven marché de mi hogar natal, Snezhnaya, para trabajar en Poiso. Más tarde, con el apoyo de Calas, mi negocio empezó a prosperar. Así que es de Snezhnaya. Lo malo es que la mitad son cool, otros son... Es que ya había casos de chicas aparecidas antes que yo llegara a Fontaine. Ah, rayos. Viajero, ¿dónde estás? Tienes que resolver.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances?
Sí, por favor, por favor.
You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
No.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
Exacto.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Vamos, viajero. Un poco antes, sí. Perfecto, un poco antes, ahora sí. En la entrada de la fábrica de slime. What the fuck. Estamos en un lugar desconocido. Barrer Será invisible. Bueno, es hora de acabar rápido, que no sé a qué hora vienen mis padres y... Bueno, está bonito que pongan esto, pero...
Take it easy. Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Whoa! The floor is going up!
No se puede tomar fotos, obvio.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. We need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Ay, what the f...
The wind rises.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Ah, es cierto, todavía falta un nivel más.
Quietly now.
Rest and reap.
One with nature. The clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me. Things are about to get dicey. Busted. One with nature. Take it easy.
Pero habrá otro cofre. Aquí son cofrecitos.
Into the wind.
Todo esto vacío para nada. Un poco de toda esa tontería y no hay. Bueno, supongo que esto es de la 4,1.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
The wind knows me.
medio del mar. Cofre. Ajá, 2 protos. 30.300. Ah, ya.
Into the wind.
Está cool el lugar, eso sí. Wow. De buen enemigo. Me crea especie de asustador, León.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Allow me!
As one with wind and cloud. Behold. Busted. One with nature.
Ok. No hay cofres por acá. Ah, la maretona. Ah, ok. Solo una más para sacar foto bien.
The wind knows me.
Ahora sí. Bueno. What the fuck?
After all that, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
Quizás esté en juicio conmigo.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house and
Busca pistas en la fábrica de Fontaine.
What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Tiene nombre.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things, huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here, and then they were turned into water, and all the boxes of things. These names. That means...
Pertenece a las desaparecidas. Una caja de objetos de toda índole encontrarse en la fábrica de Slime. Es probable que los nombres guarden alguna relación con el caso de la chica desaparecida. Probablemente sea prueba de que esta fue su última partida. Parada. Esa experimentación.
What's this over here? Looks like some experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23...
Poison. Base secreta 5. What the hell?
And 24 were dissolved.
Ah, mira que está aquí.
Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Ah, rayos. Aquí viene una montaña de texto. El objetivo del investigador es salvar a Vigneire, su amada. El objetivo que quería salvar a su amada Vigneire tras disolverse.
So that's why... Did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Bachir.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, es el investigador. El investigador de experimento.
Ah, you mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Sí, su firma aparece en muchos de los informes laboratorios. La voz que sugiere cuya no fuente debió ser la de Vigneire.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Sino que él mismo hizo con su amada.
No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want... In any case...
El objetivo es demostrar las conclusiones de la investigación de Jacob Ingold sobre el ingenio. Acá hay 5 piezas. Ahí está.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on the...
Estanque de agua del mar frígeno. Son algunos que ponen un fregacito. El verdadero culpable de usar esa agua fregacente es el que la gente se vuelve. Estanque de agua del mar frígeno. Estantería.
Let's see what's written here.
Calas, el padre de Navia.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation
Debe ser
report
el
on
antecedente
him.
caso.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Sí.
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand.
Aunque cumpla con su promesa, seguirá teniendo ventaja.
He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia.
Tienes razón. Deberíamos mandar a alguien para que lo mate. Siempre y cuando no toquemos a Navia, no te habrá nuestra cuenta. En contra de nuestra.
Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil.
Una pieza sobre el caso de Callus encontraron en serie. Parece que el lugar de ocupar no creía que ya fuera capaz de un y simplemente hacer una buena armas de Callus. Me dio un café a la enfermedad del motivo tras asesinato. Falta uno. Mesa. Ah, ahí está. Botellas.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the what? Mixing in progress. Ready to... Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Sabor a frutas.
Yep, it's super...
Sí, de forma como un jugador para crear un embriagador se significa que no consume no te hombre periódico. Sin embargo, también posee fuertes aprovechando ello para añadir.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our... Yeah! We haven't found anything that... No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing.
Ah,
you take that side, and Paimon will take this side. Check.
un rato después.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see.
Un diario.
Vinier. Isn't that Vache's... Then you found her diary. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story.
Quizá pensando en el Fernando.
So many. Oh, the final name she decided on was Marcel.
Marcel.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for...
El cuaderno de Vignier. El cuaderno de un chico llamado Vignier. En él hay muchas cosas sobre su historia de amor con Bachir. Incluso hay una hoja para joven dice el nombre que por su futuro hijo. Parece que el nombre que se había encontrado era Marcel. Así que el padre de...
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do... I was waiting.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Dices que no conoces a Basher porque... Está.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. Will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me. I still need to save Venier. I promise. We made a promise. Venier. Venier. Please, Venier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Venier. During an underwater expedition, Venier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
Oh no. No, no, no. Por favor. Esto es Genshin. No Honkai. Esto es Genshin. No Honkai.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Sí, tartas, todos felices y contentos. Ahora, tartas, veamos cómo te meten en prisión. Vamos. Asumo porque no creo que hagamos una pausa.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh, entonces sí se viene la escena de que hasta los vean a prisión. Bueno, a ver.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
Sí.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Según el procedimiento judicial, debemos aplicar una sentencia a usted. También porque este juicio comenzó debido a unos cargos contra usted.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Sí.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Se viene.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What? ¡Qué vea!
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent?
Ajá. ¿Qué clase de broma es esta?
What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
Qué raro.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Sí, ¿qué significa todo esto? ¿La analizadora al declarar a Tartas culpable?
The judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict.
El tribunal falla a favor de la analizadora de instrucción cardinal y acepta su veredicto de culpabilidad.
Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Bueno, supongo que veremos a Tartas en acto 3, pero está raro que esté en cárcel.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court.
La analizadora es la última decisión. A la madre, esa Tartas intentando sacar su poder y ¡pua! De un golpe ¡pua! Lo deja inconsciente. Sí. F, pobre Tartas. Cada día lo deja mal, de mal en peor. Ahora va a salir el Raufler, el Neolet, dejándole devorar. No, Tartas.
All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Si desean saber el porqué del veredicto de la analizadora, les recomiendo que pregunten a otra persona. Ni siquiera el juez, solo el Arconte y Dios sabe lo que ha ocurrido.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
Está enojada.
What does Lady Verena mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
Se vino su otra.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
Sheep.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
Sheep.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Se nota que se llevan años conociéndose mutuamente.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Una tragedia recurrente. Ah, Nebuleta.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalet! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Sí. Sal de la ópera. Y ya no dejó ni un rastro de nada, ni el ataque de tartas, ni los robots que estuvieron ahí un rato. Focalor ya se fue. Que no.
Take it easy.
Nada de comentarios al respecto. No, nada. Es perfectamente salir de la ópera. A ver qué viene.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Hola, Marcel. ¿Qué pasa?
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache?
Ah, nos lo dijo tu esposa.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Es lo que estás pensando, Marcel.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
La vi en la fontana gracias a mi sensibilidad al elemento hidro.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you.
Bueno. Llega Marcelo a la Plaza de la Fuente. Me alucinas.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Tirar al agua.
Vignier, is that you?
What the fuck?
It's me, Vache! Vignier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left.
20 años, holy shit.
All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
De no ser por ti, habría terminado la carrera de Derecho y una abogada. ¿Qué?
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother
And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices.
Le tendieron una trampa. Wow.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her.
Hola Rosita 18, muchas gracias por pasar por aquí viendo cómo termina este caso del acto 2 y ver qué le pasará a Bashir, qué será de él. Bueno, sigamos. Y muchas gracias por pasar por aquí. ¿Qué tal tu día? Todo. ¿Cómo ha sido? Espero que hayas tenido un buen día, o al menos algo que hayas un momento de alegría.
But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became?
Nunca pensaste en qué quería o en cómo se sentía. Mis disculpas.
You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Así que la primera vez que vine no vi a Vignier, sino lo que querían era traer a Marcela a través de mí. Es una trampa.
No! Vignier! She can't hate me. Let me see her. Please! Have mercy!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Oh, lo van a atacar. Una Oceanida bien enojada.
Vache.
Vache? 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 Drown.
Descubre que Marshall cumplió el caso de la chica se desaparece a perder su alma. Sin embargo, el forense concluye que su muerte ha sido un cosa extraña. Puede eso pasa, Mario.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Sí, Tarta ha estado preso durante varios días.
Ah, well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Sí, un momento sin Navia no es un momento de felicidad, pero un momento con Navia es un momento de felicidad. Bueno, en general, un momento de alguien de belleza es alegría al alma, ya sea la naturaleza, del ambiente, de las personas.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Sí, entonces esa es la interacción entre tienen Nadia y Charlotte.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
Por fin van a hacer la relación de Geo y Electro.
While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Debemos ir contigo.
We want to go too!
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
Then in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Que en teoría fue calor, lluvia, llorando, pero a ver.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest,
Even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be...
Hmm?
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice, anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Nervalette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Normalmente no se permite flotar sobre la tumba de los difuntos. Es una... Se siente ante ellos que ya no pueden ser capaces ni de caminar.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Se lo creyó.
Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Sí, es casi como cuando hablamos con Joy en vez de Navia.
This world is full of...
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
¿Qué puede contar sobre el agua en primigenia? Conoce el policía que figura por Fontaine. ¿Qué pasó con él? Avisa a mi hermana.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today.
En ese planeta hay un mar muy especial cuya agua no tenía nada que ver con los mares de hoy en día.
Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Ya no está en la superficie. Una sección o restos.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
Ha viajado por todo Teyvat.
If the rumors were true, And perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Paso con tartas.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
¿Has visto a mi hermana?
Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Pues no tengo más preguntas.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Una llovizna inesperada, sí, terminó. Ah. Recuerdos, Luis. F. Las misiones en Fontaine, vamos. Y la reputación. Será, supongo que sí. Ahí lo inicio yo, ¿quién es? Solo pasa por aquí. Ajá. Tenemos que hacer un viaje. Y listo, ¡pum! Y ahora la siguiente. A la reputación. Sí. Entrevista de trabajo de resolver problemas, sesión de espejo social, ¿verdad? Sí. Que la selección te gustaría saber cómo puede averiguar correctamente. ¿Cómo puede averiguar correctamente estados aquí por trabajo divino? Que no me espera ayuda en la selección de espejo social. tranquilos. Sí, sí, sí. El espejo social no se encontró con ningún problema grave. Y listo. Vamos. Preludio de claridad de oscuridad. Una llovina inesperada. La aventura hacia el horizonte. La historia de... ¡Ah, prólogo! Ah, fuck. Comidita. Investigación de minas en Fontaine. Ah, rayos, va a ser 20% de la exploración en Fontaine con misiones. Ah, va a costar una. Bueno. Eso será otro día. Sí, sí, no teníamos... Pasaste. Listo. Y ahora ya. Inicia sesión y... Bueno. Ahora sí, me voy yendo. Que ya más o menos hizo medio tarde. 30k de momento, poco a poco. Poco a poco se consigue. Muchas gracias a todos los que pasaron por aquí. Muchas gracias a todos por pasarse por aquí. Y el clavinas. 1, 2, 3, bueno, muchas gracias. Adiós. Bye bye. Y hasta luego. Adiós. Bye bye.